Matherly is presiding. Come to order and remain standing.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our first order of business this evening is our prayer led by Commissioner Carter. Immediately afterwards, the pledge will be led by Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. Bow your heads with me, please. Father God, we come to you this beautiful April evening and just want to thank you for putting us in the position that we're in. By that, I mean living in East Tennessee, in the prettiest place that I think you created. You tell us to give thanks in all circumstances. I looked through the day that I had, and it's kind of hard to thank you for all the following, but I'll do it because that gave us those flowers. I looked at the commission calendar, Lord, and it said have 15 meetings next month. But I want to thank you for giving me that opportunity to serve neighbors that I love, the family that I love, that live in this beautiful place. So tonight, as we're talking about millions of dollars worth of spending our neighbors' money, maybe borrowing millions of dollars, that you give us clear thoughts, that you help us to look at the facts, and that you help us to do what's right for everybody that lives here. And I love you, Lord.
Amen.
Amen.
Let's honor America.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk has the roll call screen up. If you'd indicate your presence here this evening, we'll be able to move along. We've been meeting.
Present, 2 absent.
All right, we have 13 present, 2 absent. And we'll get Commissioner Tomita. There he is. All right, so Commissioner Wexler is here. He's just under repair. All right, 13 present, 2 absent. The agenda you have before you this evening have no changes to request. I will ask our attorney, though, on the things under new business, will we need to suspend the rule?
Yes, sir, you would need to suspend the rules. And there's 2 big reasons for this. Some items were brought forward to committees that did not convene for lack of a quorum. And so they were put under new business, and other ones were matters that arose that would benefit the county to go ahead and consider them. Specifically, it's the contract on those GPS devices for certain types of crimes. And I can tell you more about that at the time, but yes, you do need to suspend the rules. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. So do we have the motion to suspend the rule to consider the agenda? Motion by Commissioner Tomita to suspend the rule, second by Commissioner Huffine. Remember, we have to have a 2/3 majority on suspending the rule. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. The rule has been suspended. Now we will consider the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion made by Commissioner Tucker, seconded by Commissioner Carter. Questions or discussion about the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye. All opposed? The motion carries and the agenda is approved. We'll go ahead and move into our public comment period. We do have two citizens that have signed up for public comment tonight. Each one of these individuals shall be given 3 minutes to address the board regarding agenda items. Comments will be limited to the items on the meeting's agenda. The two items that we'll be speaking on tonight is both on the animal shelter resolution. Our first speaker is Connie Farrington. Connie, if you'll come forward, give your name and address to the clerk, please. Connie, Connie, yeah, try that microphone before you get started and let's make sure it's working. Pull it down there. Talk into it. I don't know if that.
Sorry, don't mind me.
Well, see, the first person gets to experiment with it, except, it's kind of like my mic. Let me see if I can there we go. Maybe. Let me try it. Try to get it, Ben. The light will usually come on if it's. All right, we got the light on now, Connie. All right, you got to give me a minute. Go ahead and give your address to the clerk, and we will get your time set.
Sorry. My name is Connie Farrington. My address is 1307 Edgewood Street, Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay, Connie, you got your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Washington County Commissioners. I'm here this evening to comment on Resolution 25-0403 of the proposed amendment to the Washington County Animal Shelter Bylaws, specifically 3.4.A. My request, and I would like to keep the current bylaws as to, quote, the second city and county appointment from a resident of the respective city and county in the current bylaws, rather than change it to a, quote, currently serving city and county commission. As a resident of Johnson City, Washington County, I feel it's extremely important to have a community representative on the Washington County Animal Board. The resident representative on the board interacts regularly with their neighbors, their friends, and community. It's through their heartfelt and meaningful conversations that they learn what is truly important to them. The resident is the eyes and the ears of the community, the heartbeat of the community, if you will. So what better way to get a true sense of what the community expects from the Washington County Animal Control Board than a resident who is regularly involved on a very personal level? It's the resident who is consistently there for their neighbors, side by side, day in and day out, helping their community to be better. The Washington County Animal Control Board is currently represented by a city representative, Ms. Jenny Brock, a county representative, Mr. Joe Grandy. As a member of this community, it's crucial that a resident be included in the decision-making process of the Washington County Animal Control Board to ensure its effective functioning and alignment with the community's interests, and that a resident have a seat at the table on the Washington County Animal Control Board to fulfill its mission. Excuse me. It's my hope that the commission votes against amending section 3.4.A. Thank you. Sorry for the nervousness.
Thank you, Connie. All right, our next speaker is Bob Wilson. Bob, if you'll come forward to the podium, give your address to the clerk, please.
Touch this and hopefully it won't turn it off.
Once it gets woke up, Bob, it
Once
does
it
pretty
warms up,
good.
it's good.
Yeah, gets it warmed up.
Bob Wilson, 309 Shadowwood Drive, Johnson City. I'm the current president of the Johnson City, Washington County Animal Shelter. And the bylaws that are proposed for being amended, there's probably four major changes in there. The one that was just spoken to, we take the tack that that given the amount of financial commitment that the county and city make to the animal shelter, it's important to have a member of this commission and the city commission on the animal shelter board. That way you have a connection back to the full county commission. You also represent the people of of Washington County, and the city of Johnson City has always had a city commissioner fill that role. And part of that reason is because of that financial commitment. So I guess our point of view is having a representative from this body would better help this body to better understand what the needs of the shelter are. It is a substantial commitment financially from both the county and the city. The shelter board is very appreciative of that commitment. So I guess we just have a little difference of opinion there. You still represent the citizens of Washington County, and we get that input. That's one of the major changes. The other change is there are two currently at-large positions. The shelter is requesting that this be amended to allow the shelter to make those appointments of those two at-large positions. Right now, the city has to advertise and do it, the county does it. The thought we have is this could make it a little simplified. We'll advertise it publicly, we'll take applications, and that would, and that would help expedite that process. The county has two appointments, the city has two appointments. This would give the board two appointments. So we view this as a partnership between the county, the city, and the animal shelter. So it would help expedite that process. The county would still have a vote in that process with their two representatives. The other major change is, it's not really enough. The seventh member of the current board is the Humane Society representative or the president. In the event, we don't really think so will happen, but just kind of just in case, in the event they chose not to serve, we would like to amend the bylaws to allow us to appoint another 501c3 animal rescue representative in their place, if that should ever happen. That's the major amendments. So many of the others are the same. It's been reorganized and restated. So we would just ask you of your support for this. Or entertain any questions, or I appreciate the
We
opportunity.
can't
to
ask
speak
any
to-
questions during this public hearing. We're just here to hear what you all
So,
say. But don't leave. You never know when we'll have a question come up under our committee report.
thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude our public comment period. But we will need to move into the public hearing for rezoning. Just as in public hearing for rezoning, it operates similar to that one above, but we may have to, depending on the number of speakers we have. So our first resolution we'll consider under our public hearing is Resolution 250401, is a resolution rezoning the tax map in the 12th Civil District presently owned by John and Michelle Oxendine and Jeff and Denise Moore. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this request? If you'll come forward and give your name and address to the clerk.
I'm Michelle Oxendine. This is my husband, John. Jeff and Denise Moore couldn't be here this evening. We've submitted the request for our house to be rezoned. It is currently zoned as a PMD district, a manufacturing district where we live. But it is a residential area. We have houses there. The way we discovered this was we were doing some refinance, trying to do some refinancing on our home to pull out some equity to get some work done. And when they had to redo the appraisal, it came up that it was zoned as a PMD and they wouldn't approve the refinance. We also were told that if something was to happen to our home, either home, we couldn't rebuild because it is a commercial or manufacturing district. We couldn't rebuild the houses. So that's why we've submitted the request to get it rezoned as residential. So that not only we can get the loan approved, but in the future events, if something was to happen, to the houses that we could rebuild, and have that possibility. Everything around us is residential, except for a small area. There is a business further down the road from us, but everything around us is, and across the street actually is all residential.
All right.
Yep.
All right. We appreciate you coming down and, is there anything you would like to say, Jeff?
Oh, Jeff and Denise couldn't be.
Oh,
here.
Jeff and Denise
Yeah, this
couldn't
is my
be
husband,
here.
John.
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I think we get that one for sure. We appreciate you coming. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this rezoning? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, go back into regular session. Ms. Charles, if you'll come forward and give us any information that you wanted to share on this resolution.
Thank you. Just as you heard from the owner of the property, the request is to rezone to the A1 district to allow single-family residence on both properties. And everything in the area is consistent with the zoning district. If you look to the east, the north, and the south, you'll see the A1 immediately in that area. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the rezoning unanimously.
All right, any questions for Ms. Charles? Mr. England?
Missed the meeting, so I didn't get here, but how did it get built and then get built? Because it's only changed.
That's a really good question. Staff was unable to determine when that zoning district went into place. The house was predated zoning in the county, so the house was there first.
All right, thank you, Angie. We appreciate you so much. All right.
Move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Tomita to approve the resolution, second by Commissioner Wexler. I got you, Lewis. I just didn't want to talk, All right, any question or discussion?
Call question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. That'll be all of our rezoning this evening. Go ahead and move right on into special recognitions and proclamations, Mayor Grandy. Is there anyone here from the Kiwanis International?
There wasn't gonna be anyone, present tonight, so they came by and picked it up this afternoon.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mayor. We need to vote on that as well, Nelson.
I think you do.
Since we do need to go ahead and take a vote, I think. Motion by Commissioner Jones, second by Commissioner Malone. You're under the box tonight, Commissioner Malone. Question or discussion? Seeing none, question's been called. All in favor of that, of approving proclamation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. And the proclamation passes. Thank you. The next item is the approval of the minutes for March 14th or 24th and April 10th. Have a motion. Motion by Commissioner Wexler to approve the minutes, second by Commissioner Huffine. Is that both sets, Commissioner Wexler?
Yes.
All right. Questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. All opposed, the motion passes, and we will accept the minutes. We have no appointments or confirmations tonight or elections. Report of the officials and committees, the county mayor, Mayor Grandy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to take a minute or two to update the commission on some things that are going on in our disaster recovery area. From the long-term recovery group, there were a total of 435 properties impacted, and of them, all but 176 have been cleared or resolved, and so there's 176 active contacts that they are working with. To date, 16 homes have been completed and folks are living in them right now. 49 more are currently under construction or renovation with 15 permits outstanding. So a lot of work going on down there by a lot of people. It's a pretty amazing recovery effort. To date, the Long-Term Recovery Group has received a little over $140,000 in donations that will be used to meet unmet needs for individuals and other things that they deem are important to the people down there. Noteworthy, NOLA Chucky Blooms is an organization that's being formed with a group of local churches, folks from the FAA at Davy Crockett High School, and other folks that are willing to help. And so this is a group that's come together to not just, well, to take the homes that are being built and build gardens or plantings around them, landscape in general. To date, 40 trees have been donated by Wallace Subaru. Others are donating. The kids are planting plants, being ready to be transferred. So that is, pretty exciting community effort from a number of different people that are working to help the folks down there on the river. As of last week, totally across the region, 3.4 million cubic yards of debris have been collected, recycled, shipped, or whatever has been done with it. In Washington County, 726,000 cubic yards have been collected just out of the river. And so if you go down the property next to Enon Church, you'll see mountains of vegetative material there getting ready to be chipped up. That will be made available to farmers or other people who may want to take this mulch and incorporate it into their soil, create some more organic content. So they will be working. The P&J people that are collecting the debris will be working for the next 30 days or so, terminating that on May 31st. While they are here, they will take shipped vegetative material and deliver it if they have a request. What we do with it after that, we're not sure. We really need a storage place for it so people can come get it. There's, Commissioner Jones had asked me about this last week, and so Highway Department and Solid Waste are working collaboratively to come up with a plan to collect debris from sites that weren't ready to have debris collected when the P&J people were cleaning up right-of-ways and so forth along our roads. So there's a couple of different needs, and working the long-term recovery group currently are taking addresses and names of people who have material that have been moved to the right-of-way in order to be picked up. But we're still working on the plan as to exactly how that may be done. We may incorporate the National Guard again. That's a possibility. We may look at some additional equipment to get that material out. But as a county, I think we need to be committed to continuing to help the people down there clean up the space, and we know that all that material that will be asked to clean up may not be necessarily storm-related damage. I think really for the impact that it's had on the people in that area of our community, we just need to figure out a way to do it. And that's what the highway department is working on. That's what solid waste is working on. And helping people with tipping fees at the landfill, other things like that. So we're working on creating a couple of funds that'll help support that we don't have to administrate as county government, but can be done by the group that's working down there on the river area. So let's see, that's really pretty close. I guess one thing that really is important, you all have at your place, it may not be in the audience, but our sheriff, thoughtful as he is having an award ceremony that will recognize members of his office, first responders, and members of the community that have stepped up in a unique way in helping folks with this disaster. It's Friday, May 2nd. That's this coming Friday. It is at Lamar School Gym, and that event will start at 6 o'clock. So it's really important. It's a great thing for the sheriff to do. Thank you, Sheriff. And is there anything else you'd like to say about that?
Everyone's welcome.
Everyone's welcome. All right. So that's all I have. So questions? Yes, sir.
Back to the recovery for a moment. Is P&J, are they collecting the debris other than vegetative debris?
Yeah, they're collecting everything in the river,
The
including automobiles and vehicles.
so
Thankfully.
There's a bridge just below Court Bridge that was a closed bridge that failed. And I was covering one of the navigators this weekend and was down there, and P&J had declined to remove a portion of that bridge that's on the bank. And they didn't give a long-term recovery. I saw the notes from them. They didn't really give them, they said they didn't get a reason, but they said, and I'm wondering if that's appropriate, because I know we're gonna run out of time if we don't get them on something like that.
You're exactly right about that. We have spoken with this lady a number of times over the past few months. And so we went out there and looked at what was there. It appeared most of what was on her property in a mess was just basic debris. So we were gonna let P&J pass through there, and for them to get what they legally can take. They can't take bridge parts, so we do know that. So once they get the debris out of the way, that's just vegetative and other things that they can take, we'll have to come back and look at it and see how we can help get this stuff off our property. So this was a bridge that actually was in the newspaper a few weeks ago, maybe weekend edition, not last weekend, but the weekend before. Talked about, it really turned into a walkway across the river. It was a bridge built for carriages back in the, I should be able to remember, but I read the article with great interest, but it was an odd bridge because it had a bend in it. Anyway, so the pedestals are still there, but there's some structural pieces, most of which are in the river. It was a trestle bridge, like the old railroad trestle bridges, but there's a few pieces of it that have sort of landed on her banks. And I don't have a plan for it. But no, we know it exists.
But that's not
Not something P&J is going to take, no, sir.
Commissioner Heflin?
Commissioner Wells mentioned navigators there. I've had some questions. Is there any update on where we are going from volunteer navigators to full-time case managers? I think we're about 5 months now of these volunteers of working our original conversation. If there's any update on that.
Long-term recovery group will be transitioning 6 or 8 months out. It was funded by the East Tennessee Foundation to fund the management component of it with people that are being paid to do it. The model that this group has elected to take is the one that Greene County has used for a number of years and has activated in more than one disaster, which is basically a volunteer group running a small corporation. So in disaster, after disasters, they come together to function. Otherwise, they meet at whatever the minimum requirement is to keep a corporation active, which I think is once a year. But so basically, the paid group will be going out of service in 6 or 8 months when that money runs out, and it will become all volunteer. I don't know if that specifically asks the questions about navigators. But
No, that's not really, I mean, because these navigators did volunteer to do this, and they understood, as it was presented to them, it was a limited time that they would be. And then perhaps, I know Umpqua was discussed, and I think there was some conversations of engaging them at some point in time. Perhaps it was funding to pay their case managers to work with the individuals down there that still had needs and ongoing needs. That was really the specific piece that I was trying to figure out, where that transition is from the volunteers to that permanent organization, whether it become Umpqua or whoever it may be.
Yeah, this, my understanding from the long-term recovery group, and it's a little bit of a working process, that they are not going to engage with Umpqua, or there's another group that is similar to them, but manage it similar to the way Greene County manages theirs.
Maybe there may be a need for you to get involved in that a little bit if you could. There's a growing concern among some of the navigators, and it's not just you that I've talked to that are getting zero feedback. And they feel like that most of the needs they are sending forward they're not hearing anything when they're touching base back with people. People don't even want to talk to them because nothing happened. So that may be a small piece of a lot of stuff get done. I'm not saying it's not that, but I think you're going to have a problem with the volunteers getting just burnt out because they're not getting any feedback, and they're not getting, nobody's ever calling them back to say what was done about the needs they forwarded on. And then when they're following up with their people, they're running into some kind of ugly situations where they're being told, you didn't do anything about this. So I don't know if there's a way to address that, but we thought that initially my response to those people was, well, this thing, 2 months, you're going to get full-time people are coming in, they'll take over. That's obviously not going to happen there. But I think we're running the risk of burning out the volunteers.
Well, that would be frustrating if you'd asked for something to be done and you hadn't heard anything, and nothing gets done. So I really appreciate your point on that. We'll catch you afterwards, maybe get a little more detail, and happy to not only address the long-term management, but also get involved with whatever we need to do to make that happen.
Just, I want to say I drove down the newly completed section of State Road. Is it 81? That's Washington County and Irwin. Looks amazing. And just realizing how much we've done, and also seeing some of the devastation that we couldn't see before that road was finished. It just continues to blow my mind how much happened in Washington County, and appreciate all these efforts. Are you wondering if, I think what I hear you say is that there could be a way in which the highway department and solid waste help address debris, which is still a concern for a lot of people. And it's not, when you're driving through places like that, you can see why. It sounds like there's an option for them to perform that task, but maybe by leveraging funding and organization through the long-term recovery group. Is that sort of what you were saying?
It's exactly right, yeah.
But having them deploy those folks as needed.
Well, at least help organize where they need to go.
Okay.
Because they're down there with these people pretty much every day, and we need to keep track of where there is material that needs to be picked up, and how to help people who really are willing to help themselves but may not have financial resources to take the material to the landfill and pay the tipping fees. I mean, in the big picture, all the money that we're spending and investing down there it's probably relatively small dollars to help these individuals in small needs like that. But the county, I think, really doesn't need to be in the middle of it. It needs to be part of a long-term recovery group or some entity that makes those decisions on how we help people individually. Now, once again, I say to you, thank you so much on behalf of the community for all your support and all that you've done to support the efforts down there, whether it's first responders or others, through this disaster. There's a lot been done, a lot to do. Thank you all.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your continued work every day on this project, and we sure do appreciate all your hard work and what all you're doing there. All right, a report of our county attorney, Ms. Wilkinson.
Good evening. Thank you. I do not have a report for you per se, but I'd like to bring 3 resolutions to your attention and recommend that you consider asking some questions about them at the time rather than unpacking all of them now. Under your HEW committee, you have resolution number 250403. And that is the resolution for the Animal Control Board bylaws. And big picture, I would like to remind you that you have a previously approved resolution 250104 appointing someone to an open position. And that was approved by the commission in January. There was a typo or a clerical error in the description of the title, which I think I explained at the February meeting when I brought a revised resolution 250104, which was then deferred in advance of approving the agenda. There was a motion to defer that item to the HEW committee. But that said, and when you get to this item in HEW tonight, I'd like for you to consider how you would like to handle the fact that you do have an existing resolution appointing someone. We can talk about that when you get there if you have questions. The other items are under new business. Resolution number 250423 is approving contracts with providers that you've previously seen one before. But big picture, these are contracts which are with the county, which allow and authorize services for companies that provide GPS devices. There's no cost to the county. It is entirely the offender who pays. Each of the contracts looks different, but that's the big picture. There was a statute passed in not this past legislative session, but the one before, which made it a condition of bail that for certain types of offenses like aggravated assault and stalking, when there would be a threat to the alleged victim or public safety, that these GPS devices be a condition of bail. Again, I'm happy to go through that with you, but you'll see 2 contracts that I've reviewed, and I've deleted anything that was beyond the scope of the statute or that suggested that the county would have liability or responsibility for the contract. But the statute requires the county to have the agreement in place. And then thirdly, you'll have under new business, resolution number 250422, which is authorizing a series of public grants. The mayor and I can both explain that to you if you have any questions at the time. I think the resolution sets it out, but this is to allow for accountability, transparency, and the mayor and Mitch so that they have everything in place with purchasing at the end of the year about these grants that'll be coming in the interim. So those 3 resolutions, as you get to them, I would encourage you to maybe unpack some of the more complex issues at the time rather than now. So that's just a short procedural report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. Is there any questions for Ms. Wilkinson before we move on? All right. Seeing none, we'll move right on to the Director of Schools report. Director Board, or the director of the health department. I'm sorry, Director Boyd. I think Miss Butterfield, has she already left?
She's on vacation.
On vacation. That's the way to do it when you're leaving, right? You know, just take vacation, yeah. All right, Director Boyd, we appreciate you being here and that'll give you some extra time. Give you some extra time to talk tonight.
But I certainly, you have my monthly report, and any questions, I'd certainly open to answering anything. There are no questions. I'll give a little more wait time. That's what I'm supposed to do. Do have a resolution, food services on here. It's a budget amendment, just to point out that the reason is increased costs. With us participating in the community eligibility program, we incurred a lot of extra costs that aren't reimbursed from the USDA and the board. Currently, the fund balance in food service is covering it, but the board in the budgeting process for next year has built in $1 million to cover the gap if we were to continue with the CEP program. So they're anticipating a projected deficit because of just the cash flow and the increased cost of food items and other associated costs with the program. But that's somewhat what that budget amendment is about, as far as the increases and shifts in the amounts. Other than that, we hope to be in a position to release bids on the HVAC upgrade project at Daniel Boone High School after Thursday's board meeting. The architect is anticipating them bringing the specs as far as the specs to be released for bid, and we hope to proceed soon after that. And one last thing, just an invitation and just for your awareness, the high school graduations are Saturday. All these dates run together. These next few weeks are a lot of events happening for everybody. Mr. Carter said all the meetings you have and all of us have and several other events going on. Great events for the community. Yeah, the 17th at ETSU, the mini dome. In the morning is Daniel Boone High School, 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. start. And in the afternoon is David Crockett High School, 1 p.m. start. If you have a chance or if you have family there. Yes.
You sent us a link to the presentation, I guess the PowerPoint.
Yes, sir.
It had a lot of really good information. Y'all have to go a chance to look at it. But there was one slide that had projected numbers.
Okay.
Are we pretty confident that those will be?
As far as where the budget will land?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Projected numbers for the.
Oh, well, we have, each month by the 15th or thereafter, we get an update, and it hasn't changed a whole lot since the first one was released in February. We do anticipate that TISA number being very close to what it was projected in March. The recent projection, it didn't change a whole lot. So we'll get one in May, we'll get one in June, and the final will be released in July. But we actually have, as you noticed, it's actually a decrease from previous. Any questions? But we are working through it. I mean, as is the commission's rule, the board will consider, it's tight in the midnight hour, I suppose. Hopefully we're not in a board meeting till midnight on Thursday, but whenever the board, assuming the board will pass the budget, finalize the budget, and then we will send it to the mayor's office, even if I send it at 11:59.
All right.
We will meet that deadline.
Sherry will be there waiting.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, don't wait up, Sherry.
Yeah.
But thank you all. If there's no questions, yes, sir.
Well, I just want to clarify something and make sure I heard it correctly, but almost more importantly, I want to make sure that the crowd heard it. To Commissioner Carter's question, did I understand you to say that the state funding per student is going down this year compared to last year?
The amount has been increased in the governor's budget per student. the amount coming to Washington County is less.
Thank you. That's what I thought I understood, but, you know, I think many in our community in Washington County, I think many hear on our local news, or they read in the paper about increased state funding of education.
Yes, sir.
But actually in Washington County, the per student allocation is less this coming year than it has been for the current fiscal year.
The last budget amount from last year's budget. Yes, and we'll certainly, when I get a chance to engage more, directly with the commission, we'll highlight that. We'll point out too, just for a heads up, some of that also this year, not necessarily, but in future budgets, our numbers as far as the number of students that fall into the category of economically disadvantaged continue to drop. And that's built into that state formula. And the state has held us harmless, being they give us the same amount from last year. But if they would have changed the amount of allocation coming to us because of that decrease in the amount of students or families that meet that economically disadvantaged criteria, it would be almost $1 million.
Thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Boyd. I did want to back up and say, I know that some of y'all, Ms. Butterfield was leaving the employ of the Washington County Health Department and moving to Murfreesboro. Is that right, Mayor? To assume a position there. So it did take a few months for us to get a director last time, and I don't anticipate that being any different this time. Administrative elections, Ms. Hayes, is she, I don't see Ms. Hayes here tonight. We'll quickly move on down the page, the Health, Education, and Welfare Committee report. Mr. Carter.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. HEW committee met April 2nd. Our minute one on page 27. We had 2 resolutions considered tonight. The first one, Director Boyd mentioned this. It is resolution number 25. That's the report. That's the number 2. And and again, we're getting in budget time, so everybody wants to know, if you look at the resolution for that one, and it states that budget amendments require no increase or decrease in funding from Washington County on this one. I think that's always a good thing to review all. So, resolution number 25-04-02 is the resolution amending fiscal year budget 2024-2025 on the Washington County Schools nutrition budget. And this comes to you as a recommendation from the committee, and I move for it.
Motion made to approve by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Wexler. Question or discussion? Seeing question's been called for. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our second resolution, and I would like to get some input from the county attorney, so Alex, if you wouldn't carry it out in this, I want to make sure that I go about doing this in the right order. We do have a resolution 25-04-03, resolution approving the revisions to the bylaw. But I want to make sure that would have a bearing in the resolution that you pointed out that we have deferred. So if you could please.
Thank you. I'm happy to help. I think it would have a bearing on it. And what I would point out to you, the resolution that you have in front of you is the approved resolution that has the vote and everything on it that was approved in January. It was brought forward after Commissioner Huffine, who was the prior appointee to that position, completed his term. He completed his term and it left a vacancy to be filled by Washington County. It had erroneously stated that it was appointing an at-large member. So that's, you have this one so you can see what the issue is. Johnson City reached out and said, well, you know, this is an at-large member. And then we became aware of the fact that that was not the fact, that it was actually the county's appointment. And so it's kind of like saying, you know, it was a Ford when it really was a Chevrolet. But you see the recitals in here, there was still an appointment and it was a citizen. So that was made. The appointee has not been brought into the Animal Control Board, but this resolution stands as an appointment. The next month, it was presented as a corrected resolution 2501-04-A, which included a recital that the prior resolution had erroneously stated that it was an at-large position when in fact it wasn't. That before the agenda was approved at the February meeting, there was a motion to defer this item to HEW. And then in the meantime, Animal Control Board, which is what you have in front of you today, brought forward amended bylaws, which were voted unanimously, it states, at the Animal Control Board, March 11th, 2025. So if you were to look at that, this in a timeline, you would see that the county appointed someone in January. And, you know, I'm not making light of the fact I've thrown out there the fact that it was erroneous. Let's just say that we said, Michael McCorkle instead of Michael McComas, or had another error in there. That was to be corrected the next month and it was deferred. So there is an argument to be made that I think this commission should consider, is that you have a valid appointment which you voted on under the bylaws that existed at the time. And so if you were to consider looking at amendments to the bylaws, what would that do to this appointment? Would there be a retroactive effective date? Would it be a certain date in the future? That's something that I think a commissioner would want to look at procedurally before considering the item. I just wanted to bring to your attention that you have a procedural issue out there. Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Carter, as the chair, or can I provide more?
Commissioner Tomato.
Spending into the wee hours of the evening talking about this. Kind of the bottom line is, if we change the bylaws first, then this is not a valid appointment, right? It doesn't fit the terms of the new bylaws. But at the end of the day, the Animal Control Board can appoint two at-large members, appointed, and we're done. But I think it's important that we have, granted, the mayor is a member of that, but he's not a voting member of the legislative body. And I think as something, as Mr. Wilson pointed out, we're the funding source, all right? You're a partner, but we're the funding source. And I think it's important to have somebody from this group on that commission protecting our interests. So at the end of the day, we can spend a whole lot of time talking about it, but they can still appoint. But and again, correct me if I'm wrong legally, but if we pass the amendments to the bylaws first, that's not a valid appointment. But then we just slide right over to the board to appoint.
I would respectfully suggest that actually, since that resolution was already approved and is first in time, that this commission would want to consider taking affirmative action to withdraw it or to acknowledge what action, what your intent is, because I do not think that the entity changing its bylaws in any way could make a decision for this commission, for this body and its appointment. Under the bylaws that existed at the time, this body had the authority to make the appointment. I've gone through all of the resolutions that were available to me back to 2008 that were available electronically. I then went down to the clerk's cavern and went through the paper ones. And I will say that going back to the 90s, I only found 2 instances where a citizen was appointed. One was this one, and another one was several years ago in the past 7 years. But I do not think that the entity changing its bylaws actually changes the action of this commission. This commission would do that.
We need a motion to withdraw this appointment.
That's an option. You could also have a motion to affirm it. You could have a motion to amend the bylaws and with an effective date. Y'all are the decision makers. I'm just making you aware of the fact that you have a procedural item pending before you adopt something that's in conflict with your prior act.
So if a motion is made to withdraw this nomination or this appointment, we vote on that, and then we vote on the bylaws.
The agenda has resolution number 25-04-03, which we are discussing right now. If we want to, in old business, come back to that, I think that would be appropriate. But we have this.
Is the order,
Resolution.
which
This
is fine.
resolution
Is the order in which we do that important?
I think it is.
It's a procedural question. And
Yes,
so,
yes or no?
well, there's not a yes or no answer to that. Because you're asking something, that there's multiple ways, there's more than one way around the barn. So it depends, which barn you're going and from which direction.
Right. So we're not. Yeah. So do we have a motion on the bottom?
Commissioner, I guess is there any more legal close questions with the attorney? Commissioner Huffine.
So I will make every attempt in respect to my fellow commissioners to make sure we're not here till the wee hours. This is not something that we need to really be discussing in any detail. First and foremost, to me, the first question is the integrity of this commission. We received an application for an open position to this board. We followed our published policies. I will challenge you to find a more qualified or a more outstanding resume that has been submitted, at least during my tenure on this commission, to any board. An individual of great experience, management experience, investigative experience. He's volunteered at this shelter. He's volunteered at the Kingsport shelter. He has a passion for animals. We approved his appointment. There was a misstatement in the language of the resolution as the attorney stated. We have had, that happens with the volume that we have. We should have just simply passed that correction and moved forward. Now, just a little history, please indulge me. I think it's important. 3.5 years ago, a friend of mine came to me and asked me if I would be willing to serve on the animal control. He knew I had passion for animals. My wife and I have adopted several animals from there. Matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, we lost a 4-legged member of our family we had for 15 years. And I think back when we got her from the shelter as a flea-ridden, timid little puppy and how she enhanced our lives. So there lies my passion. I know what these animals can impact individuals and families, especially children, because I'm a child at heart. So I've served the last 3 years on this board. I can tell you, I want to correct the way I originally stated this to try to make it a little more professional. But in my 45 plus years in the business community, dealing with businesses from mom and pops, little individual businesses to billion-dollar corporations, I have never seen an organization that has more opportunities for improvement. When I was president of the animal shelter, we elected to engage a consultant, a local consultant. One of the first things they came back to me and said, this shelter has grown dramatically as it has. But the problem is the management staff has not expanded, has not grown. You have the same staff there that was running a couple $100,000 operation, now running multi-million-dollar operation without the skill sets to run that operation. That facility now, I would probably be closed if it was not for the generosity of this community and benefactors that left major estates there with them. We provide funding, the city provides funding. I understand Mr. Wilson's comments of needing financial oversight. They desperately need that. But that needs to start internally. They need to have staff on board that can perform the necessary accounting functions. That should not be a function of board members. Board members are there to oversee that. Mr. Meehan, from your perspective, we do need representation there. Completely and totally agree with that. I can't think of better representation. Having the mayor there, he's over all of our budget. He manages all the money in the county. I can't think of a better person to be there. I don't know of any of us individual commissioners that's more qualified to do that function than he is. So I'm quite confident we're covered there. You know, we talk about getting citizens engaged in our government. The mayor and I talked about county one-on-one last week, how successful it was, and the need to repeat that, get more people engaged. Now we're saying, no, we have individuals that want to come forward and engage. And we're saying, no, you're not allowed to engage. Someone we've already imported to that. We're not going to allow them to engage. I disagree with that. Furthermore, it is taxpayers' money that we are providing to this facility. Shouldn't the taxpayers have an opportunity to have representation on this board? I think they should. I think that as a commission, we owe that to them. You know, the funding that we provided, I will tell you the bulk of the funding that the county provided has gone to the consultant. No major improvements. Is that efficient? Is that a board doing responsibilities? Absolutely not. That facility was built to house animals for 14 days. Out front, there's a sign that says adoption center. That means in 14 days, they need to have those animals adopted. There's animals there, been there over 2 years. Is that fair to the animals? After 2 years, is an animal even adoptable? I cannot and will not support these changes. There is one change in their bylaws that I would support, and that's term limits. You know, that's an accepted practice with all major companies to have term limits on their board so that they prevent long-term relationships being built that taint individual viewpoints of staff, and also to bring new people in with a new lens, a new focus, and new ideas. That's how companies and organizations grow. They become stagnant otherwise. I think we owe it to the citizens of Washington County, to those donors, current, especially the ones that have passed, that have left sizable estates there, to have citizen representation on this board. As a taxpayer, I find it insulting that they would say, I'll take your tax dollars, but I don't want you to serve on this board. As a commissioner, I find it appalling that they come in here after we appointed an individual, a qualified individual, and try to change their bylaws. We have the right, and we should demand the right, to appoint who we want. We need to maintain the right to appoint individuals, the best individuals, for whatever board, whether it's this board or any other board, so that they serve on that board, perform the function, they're there. And it's for improvement of the boards, improvement of the organizations, and make sure they're better run. In the interest of time, I won't say any more.
Commissioner Wheeler?
I thought maybe, and perhaps now I would say that I'm gonna suggest might be a compliment. That we could, to resolve this issue as far as the two resolutions, simply amend this to say the county commissioner or the county commission's designee, which would afford us the opportunity from time to time. We feel like we need to put a commissioner on there to do that, but also allow for the appointment that's been made carry forward, or if we choose to put someone else on there. There's only 15 of us. I do think it's important to engage community members more. And I think when you hear the prayer tonight about 15 meetings next month, that begins to make some sense that maybe sometimes we need to put other people on these. If we did that, I think we would need to amend 3.4A to say, or county commissioner designee, and amend 3.5B to say that the designee will serve a term of 4 years or some other period of time. Well, we would just be saying this is what we're doing. And I don't mind making that, it can be voted up or down. I don't know if there's other stuff I'm not aware of going on, but I'd make that a form of a motion.
We have a motion on the floor.
I know I'm making a motion to approve it with that amendment, amend 3.48. To say the county commissioner will appoint 2 directors, and the second will be county commissioner or county commissioner's designee, and amend 3.5B to add a sentence that says the designee shall serve a term of 4 years. That would be my motion.
Yeah, we could bring that back up and reaffirm correct, Allison.
What about the term limit issue?
Has it been seconded?
I thought that I understood the term limits were in there already. They don't.
Well, it says a 4-year term, but that doesn't disallow a subsequent.
Yeah, and the term limits, I think, were only applicable to the at-large appointees, not to the city and the county appointees. You know, there's an exception there with the vet from a professional perspective. You may not want to restrict term limit on a veterinarian there, but board members, you should.
Oh,
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, with any.
Let's just converse at this.
Commissioner Wheeler, can you restate your motion?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to copy it down.
I don't think the original had a second yet.
That's fine. I'm gonna change it a little bit. So
It's
the
okay.
motion would be to approve the resolution and amend the exhibit bylaws, to amend section 3.4A, this second bulleted item to read, the county commission will appoint 2 directors, 1 county mayor or his or her designee, then 1 county commissioner or county commission's designee, to amend 3.5B to add a sentence, the designee shall serve a term of 4 years. And bear with me one moment. Looking for the appropriate spot. To amend 3.5 to add a 3.5E. Board members will serve no more than board members will serve no more than 1 term board members will not serve consecutive terms. And then that would mean 3.5B would need to be amended to put a period after at-large director will serve 1 4-year term period.
All right, do we have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second it and.
Thank you.
Insist that you please recognize Commissioner Jim.
Well, I will, because she is the number 1 on the talking screen next. You've already spoke, Commissioner Tomita, so you're going to the back of the line. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you. I feel like I heard the city pass these bylaws as we have them in our packets. So then, is it correct that if you make additional changes, it's gotta go back through all these places? To the board, the animal shelter, and then to the city again? Is that how that would go?
That would be my
I would say
expectation.
so.
Okay. Which is fine, if we feel strongly that those changes need to be made. I guess I feel like we must have already had that, the way it was worded, because we were gonna give a seat that was Commissioner Huffines to a designee of some sort, which would be the person named in this resolution. So we apparently are talking about going back to the way we had it before. Now, if you were at the Hugh meeting, you heard me make a statement about how much I care that community members serve on community boards. I feel like community members have got this. That being said, I've been on boards as a community member and as a county commissioner where the city or the county pulls the rug out from the voice of the board. And that's not very fun. I don't know that the changes we're making would be supported by the animal health board. I don't like the feeling of pulling the rug out from what Mr. Wilson asked of us at Q, asked of us tonight. When Mr. Wilson presented this to me, I pointed out that not only is there community members that are veterinarian and a lawyer, but also 2 additional community members that can be a part of this board. And right now, those people are not on board. They're at-large positions that are not being utilized, and I asked that the board please open those positions to community members, so that if we do put a county commission seat as is written in these revised bylaws, which I support, we still have 4 seats on that board, which are full half. That could be community members. So that's all I have to say about that. I just wanted to make sure those things.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just point
Yes.
out, the prior bylaws did not state in terms of a designee. It was specific to it being a Washington County resident or citizen. And if you do pass these, the question still remains, do you have a vacancy? Because there was an appointment made. And so that is the question, because then this would not become effective until the next one. And I just, I would like to know the commission's thoughts, because that question will come back to the county.
Commissioner Blunt?
Yes, thank you. I walked in here with just 2 or 3 questions, but after Commissioner Huffman's comment, I likely have more. One of the first things I often look at when you're revising bylaws is the red line version. I want to see, okay, what did they say versus what are we proposing they say? So I'll pose this, I guess, to the HEW committee and our county attorney. Did we receive a red line version of the bylaws, just so that at least the committee, if not the full commission, could go, well, here's what the bylaws said and here's how they're being changed. Did we receive a red line version?
I'm happy to answer that, Commissioner Carter. We did not. The highlights that you see on here were provided by the Animal Control Board to bring your attention to certain issues.
Well, and I'm grateful to Mr. Wilson for the summary, but I will tell you, I don't care if it's the animal shelter or whoever it is. If I receive bylaws and I don't see a red line version, a little red flag goes up in my brain, because it leads me to believe that somebody's trying to change something without making it clear about what they're trying to change. In fact, this was not my next question. This is one I have now. And I don't know who to ask it of, perhaps Commissioner Huffine, perhaps Mr. Wilson, but I'm inclined to believe that the proposed bylaw changes were made. Maybe they needed to be made anyway, but I wonder if they were made solely because of this proposed county appointment. If so, that's not good. I don't know who wants to answer that question, or maybe it's a question that shouldn't be asked. I too was bothered by the fact that there was no term limits on the board, so I like that, the point of adding them. But I worry about micromanaging these organizations, because that's not what the role of the commission is. But so I'm hesitant to make further amendments and changes to their bylaws, but I don't even know what was being changed the first time. I'd really prefer that the animal shelter come to us with their bylaws, full understanding of what the proposed revisions are, and then we vote on them. But so we could defer it, but my last items, and again, I've asked several questions for which there's no answers yet, but I like the idea of term limits. I think that's contributed to some things that I've noticed. Previously, in my tenure on the commission, I served on the budget committee, and I remember. So I went asking. I saw Director Meredith in the audience before, and he can point out, or he can affirm, that some time ago, I asked for copies of the animal shelter's audit. Mr. Wilson, the bylaws are not on the website. The audits are not on the website. That alone for me is a little telling that you don't want people going to the website and seeing the financials. But I remember having served on the county's budget committee. I remember seeing the audits, and there were just lots of deficiencies there. And so I asked Director Meredith, send me a copy of those audits. So I went back. I've got them tonight if you want to see them. But there were a number of deficiencies that are repeat deficiencies that if nothing else, it would seem to affirm some of what Commissioner Huffine was saying. And I think that can become a symptom of people that have been on the board too long because they don't care about deficiencies. I'm not suggesting that about Mr. Wilson for sure, but I have some concerns about the county's funding of this organization. And its leadership, quite honestly. So I guess one question got answered. We did not receive a red line version of the bylaws. But I'm curious if the proposed bylaw changes are a result of the individual we were trying to appoint back in January of this year.
Commissioner Malone, I'll be for make an attempt to answer that one for you. The last meeting that I attended as a member of the patrol board was in January. It was not discussed January. Year and a half, 2 years ago, there was some discussion that at some point in time, bylaws should be reviewed again. Nothing was done. And it is, I think, just from the timeline that we have in front of us, quite apparent that they decided to review these after we made this appointment. After we made the appointment, they came to us, well, they sent the notification to our attorney, as she's already stated. And then they came and asked us to defer the confirmation of our appointment with the correct verbiage until they had time to review the bylaws. I'm much like you. I get pretty suspicious of stuff like that. You know, there's one thing when I was there, I told staff and board members, when you're making decisions, if you're making a decision and it is what you truly believe is in the best interest of those animals, you will never make a wrong decision. And we need to do the same thing. How can we make that? Don't limit ourselves in the decisions we make. As the way the current bylaws are stated, we can appoint a commissioner, we can appoint a private citizen. None of us have a crystal ball. We don't know when another opening on this board is going to come up and what their needs are. We may have the best CPA in the state serving on this commission. And if that were the case, to Commissioner Malone's comments of the audits, I would fully support that commissioner being on the board. But I also will tell you, I want to commend the mayor for his service there. I've seen him struggle through 3-hour meetings after he put in probably already a 12-hour day. Sometimes I think it's extremely unfair when we ask him to do that. I think it's unfair to ask our commissioners to do that, or at least make it where we have to do that. We should have the option. Why are we going to allow an organization that we fund come to us and dictate to us how we operate and how we do our business and who we appoint? It's just that plain and simple.
Commissioner Tucker, you've not spoke.
You on the board with the animal control?
3 years.
3 years. So you're talking about the animals staying there for 3 years instead of 14 days. Who has those decisions? Where does all this, from my understanding, you're pretty upset the way they run the animal control. You've been there for 3 years, the way I take it. But what I'm asking you is, who makes all these decisions? Who lets these animals, where does this lie? Who lets animals stay 3 years instead of 14 days? Also, didn't they close the animal shelter here a year or two because it was overpopulated and they had to shut it down? Is that true also?
They have continually had overpopulation issues. There are situations that they will close the intake down if they have an outbreak.
So it
of
looks like
parvo.
there's a lot of problems now, but who is in charge? Who has the say so, or who's in charge of this?
They have a director of the animal shelter, and that individual is responsible for all of the operation.
Including, and who is this individual?
Currently, I don't think it's Kenny Davis.
Would
I
anybody
will
like
tell
to?
you that Penny does a wonderful job managing animals. She has a tremendous passion for these animals.
Can we defer this?
But I will tell you that her skill set does not go into the financial management of this facility. When you have a budget that size, you need a general manager to operate that.
Would anybody like to hear from Mr. Wilson? There's been a lot of accusations made here tonight that he probably would like to answer. Mr. Wilson, would you like to speak? Is there any objection to that?
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll start with some of the comments that were just made. Part of the issues with having a increased number of animals is really the compassion of the staff. To keep to a 14 or even a 30-day schedule, and if animals were only allowed to be there that number of days, then you would have to have a lot more of putting the animals down. And I can tell you, the staff and the board, that's what they tried not to do that. Sometimes there's a reason that an animal has to be put down. They're overly aggressive, disease, things of that nature, illness. But they tried, their objective is to adopt as many animals as possible. That has caused problems because the shelter population, when you have excess animals there, it becomes more challenging. This is kind of like a hotel or running a jail. Sorry, Sheriff, but it's a 24/7 deal. The animals someone has to care for the animals every day.
Take over the animal shelter.
Well, that is done in some places. Oh, I'm not suggesting that, Sheriff. So it just makes it more challenging because of that. To address some of these issues, the summer of 23, the shelter had the University of Tennessee Veterinary School, which is a pretty good vet school, come up and do an evaluation of shelter operations. They made a number of suggestions. They also made a number of compliments on how the shelter operates. There have been a lot of changes in the last 2 years. The shelter has spent a great deal of time formulating policies for staff to follow on as many, just everything, euthanasia policies, adoption policies, etc. So we felt it was important to get these policies in place so that staff had clear guidance and was operating in a consistent manner. So the shelter continues to have a relationship with the University of Tennessee Veterinary School. They've been up several times since then. So yes, there were issues there. That's not a secret. But the board has been very committed to resolving these issues. Like I said, if anything, our staff and board our staff is over committed to taking care of the animals, and sometimes they'll do everything possible to try to keep from having an animal put down. Is that a fault? It could be, but Anyway, that's just the way they operate. We are, right now, we do have because of the flood, or as a result of the flood, which is a terrible thing, we have been in touch with several adoption agencies up north, and we have been able to adopt a significant number of animals, which has helped our population tremendously. The shelter is working with Unicoi County since the flood and continues to take their animals when we can to help them out. Their shelter is currently closed. And the last word we've gotten is going to be another 6 months or so before they can get open. So we're committed, and our commitment is Washington County. But if one of our neighbors has extenuating circumstances, then we're certainly going to try to help them out. And that's what they've done. The board is committed to improvement. It's been a continual number of steps. We've just hired created a new position, and we have a financial director. We tried sending our financials outsourced, and it just didn't work. The information we got was not timely. It's hard to make decisions when your information is older. We brought that back in-house, so now we're getting that information timely. With the board, with I think we said the two at-large positions were designated as a veterinarian and also as a financial or legal professional. We're trying to put the members on the board so that we have the right people on the board to work. It's a working board. It's a fiduciary board. It's a good board. We have a good working relationship right now. Everybody's kind of rowing in the same direction. There's enough challenges at the shelter in the best of times, but not that we don't. You have to have questions, and it's okay to question things, but we all have to be kind of rowing in the same direction. And that's what we're trying to get. We're trying to get the professional staff on board to help keep that in that direction, help facilitate that. I think I talked about the policies. We've got the UT vet school, the relationship there. We have other shelters that come to us and want to see our shelter. 2 years ago, the shelter expanded and opened a spay-neuter clinic. Well, this helps us control our costs because we don't have to go to Knoxville. We don't have to go to Martha Mitchell to have animals spay and neutered. We can do it in-house. We can also use the veterinarians to help examine animals. If an animal comes in sick or has a problem, and we can do it on site. And right now, the bookings have been improved. That's always been a challenge, and you were correct on that. But we're getting the number of bookings, procedures increased so that operation, it has to at least break even. So that's been a real asset for the shelter. Staff is committed to improving this. It's a continuous improvement. We'll never be finished. There's always things you can do to make things better. And we have to be open to that. The idea with the board members, and I guess it can, like everything, there's two sides to everything. When you get a committed board member who knows the process and is aware of it, when you get a good board member, you like to keep that board member. So with the at-large appointments, the thought was, if we get somebody that's willing to serve and wants to serve longer, then, that's up to the board to decide that. But it gives us the option to keep that individual on if they're a good, if they're still a good board member. Serving 8 years on any board is a long time. And so a lot of people are probably going to get burned out after 8 years. And I certainly understand that. But having a veterinarian on the board has been invaluable. A number of occasions, we've had a veterinarian board member go back into the shelter after a board meeting and check on animals. having a financial or a legal professional on there, I think will well serve the board. Right now, I bring that financial budget expertise, but I won't be on the board forever. I've been on the board over 7 years. So somebody else will fill that role. But if we have a at-large member that brings that expertise to the board, it will help strengthen the board and help the, it'll give that board that's one more tool in our toolbox, if you will. As a fiduciary board, we're responsible. One thing that made it challenging for the shelter when they made the transition from the old shelter, where I think the euthanasia rate was in the 75% range, 75%. They wanted to cut that back, but when they made that transition, the staffing didn't change. And the board became very reliant on volunteers because the animal population was increasing, but we didn't have the shelter staff, so I had to use more volunteers. Slowly, we've tried to right that and increase the staff so that we can use volunteers for other activities besides just cleaning the shelter and feeding the animals. I think we're there now. And that the hours of those people fluctuate based on how many animals are in the shelter. Our objective is to get that. I don't know if we'll ever get down to 14 days. That would be wonderful. But unless you do extensive euthanasia, that's a long-term challenge, because sometimes we'll have 10 or 20 animals at a time come into the shelter in one day. You get a couple of litters of puppies, a couple of litters of kittens. So that it becomes a challenge in managing the population. We're trying to get it down to, we'd like to have about 75 dogs and maybe 125, 130 cats and kittens. Something the shelter is doing to try to solve that is the shelter, when areas are identified in the community where there are feral cats, we'll go out and trap those cats, bring them in, have them spay and neutered so that population growth is not continuing. And by spay and neutering animals when they are received, we're slowly getting there to help control that population. It's still a challenge, and it will be for a long time. So the shelter is committed, the board is committed to improving things. Fair comment regarding the audit. The current audit has gotten much better. We've used the same auditors, so that auditors are very familiar with it. As you all know, auditors, if you solve a problem, they'll find another one. I mean, it's like a challenge to them. That's not meant to be negative, but the items that they have indicated on our audit, it wasn't reflected in the last audit, but those have been addressed up to this point. So it's a slow process. It's taken more time. We're a board. Until recently, we haven't had the professionalism on our staff. The member we've added brings a great deal of credibility and knowledge on that financial end. It's someone we've been using as a consultant, and we were fortunate to get them. They bring a lot of expertise, have a great working relationship. And, that's something else with our staff. You've got to have that working relationship with your staff. And right now, the management and the shelter staff, there's a good working relationship there. But I do hope you take, if anything else, if nothing else, we are committed to continuous improvement. If they're trying to address the issues that have been raised, if you have questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. I appreciate the time you've given for this. I didn't think anybody would realize it would go on quite this long. We had a much more in-depth discussion with this at HEW committee. We actually went through, we did think about sending the red letter edition. The vast majority of the old bylaws are included in the new bylaws. We've tried to hit some of the major changes which have been discussed tonight. But we did get into that discussion with the HEW committee. If there's anything I can elaborate on that, or if I'll be happy to sit down with the commission or individually and walk through the individual changes, take the old one and take the new one and show you here's where everything is. But if you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I do appreciate the opportunity to try to elaborate and answer some of your questions.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you're at large. You have the ability right now to appoint up to 4 at-large members?
We would, right now, only 2, yes, there are 4 at-large positions. Only 2.
And I understand your comment there of having people with expertise and so forth. You know, I'm still gonna go back to why try to dictate to the commission who we put there, whether it is one of our commissioners or an individual. Knowing our time demands and what our expertise may or may not be, I just don't see that it's feasible to give up the ability to appoint another individual. I can't comprehend that. And again, Commissioner Long posed the question. You know, the timing on that after this commission had appointed what we agreed was a highly qualified individual when we approved him. I think, you know, that just raises a lot of questions in my mind, and I think some of the fellow commissioners here.
The Animal Shelter Board has been talking about revising bylaws. I think you had mentioned for probably 2 years. And it's just something that's just got put off and put off. And it's something that, I think the changes that we've made, even you may disagree with certain ones, but overall, I think the changes make a big, vast improvement. It's something it should have already been done, and it wasn't.
Well, I'll not to point fingers, but I have to bring this forward. Put off. You said you've been on that board 7 years. You're just now making changes. Last year went through and reworked policies, procedures. That's almost an annual, or at least every 2-year process for any organization. And just now bringing in a financial professional. That was something that should have been done a long time ago. And I only say that, I think that really give credence to term limits. I would highly suggest that you and the board take a look at that, knowing you have at-larges that you can always utilize at any point in time.
And just if I may add to your comment, that there was a prior individual in a financial position and it was a bad fit. So it had been looked at in the past. It just didn't work out.
Commissioner Malone?
I'm sure I'm not alone in wanting to move this forward. So 2 things were said that I think. One, I just realized that these bylaws were proposed without the county having full representation on the board. So, because if it's happened since January, these bylaws have been proposed when the county only had half of its normal representation on the board. So, back to Commissioner Tucker, he suggested we defer the bylaws issue. I will second your deferral motion and suggest that the animal shelter make some changes. But I think related to that, for input for the county's full representation and input on the board and the bylaw changes, I think we probably do need to reaffirm our prior appointment.
Just did you make the motion to defer, Rich? We have a motion second to defer. All in favor of deferring, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Items deferred.
So we had to a motion and a second.
It would be deferred. Isn't that correct, Adam? Mr. Attorney?
Okay.
Is that right? You had a motion and second.
There's no discussion required.
So even though they had a motion and second.
The discussion is not required. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I did confirm that. There's no discussion required.
So it's
I think
deferred.
if they wanted to discuss it, you could allow it. It is deferred on full vote, yes.
Yes, Commissioner Carter, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, so we are deferring the resolution approving the adoption of the revisions.
We're deferring the resolution, yes.
We still have the resolution 25-01-04, resolution appointing an at-large member of the directors that we had mentioned in my address in old business. Is that still a possibility, or should we?
It did not come back to the agenda this month. It was deferred. Prior to.
Oh, it was just the.
It was referred back to the committee. Commissioner Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to suspend the rule, add that to the agenda at this point.
Second.
That being the resolution 25-01-04.
Keep the thing you got.
Second. All right, we have a motion and second, to suspend the rule, to consider resolution 25-01-04. Discussion? Oh, we need to suspend the rule before we can discuss anything. All right. All right. All in favor of suspending the?
Can I just make sure
Yes,
that I
please.
understand what you're doing procedurally? Recall that it was brought to you in a corrected form as 25-01-04-A. That was deferred back to HEW. So if you're considering a previously approved resolution, then I think you want to consider, you're looking at correcting it, or what action would you take on that resolution? If you'll make that clear in the action that you take. But what you have in front of you is simply to suspend the rules to consider that resolution.
Is A the corrected resolution, Alice?
I beg your pardon?
Was A the corrected resolution?
25-01-04-A is the corrected resolution.
This is the, no, you don't have that one. This is the one this was the original one that was not correct.
Yes, sir.
And we brought back 25-01-04-A that was corrected.
In February, and it was deferred to HEW.
Yes.
And so my motion would be to consider 25-01-04-A.
A.
And I think the county attorney can tell us what that correction was. No, we're voting. I think it's relatively simple correction.
I can tell you exactly what it was. Do you want me to do that now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Resolution 25-01-04-A was resolution appointing member to the Board of Directors of the Washington County Johnson City Animal Control Center, Inc. It was published in the February agenda, and it states that whereas Resolution 25-01-04 erroneously stated that the county's appointment was for an at-large member of the Board of Directors, and then it just corrects the recital of the bylaws and has the exact same section 1 and section 2. And I'll read the whole thing, but I don't want to belabor the point, so y'all tell me.
makes the resolution.
Call question.
Are you wanting to change this one to A? Is that what we said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Who was the second on the motion? Tamita. All right. It'll be 250104A. All right. This is the motion to suspend the rules. It has to have a 2/3 majority to consider. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the ayes have it. All right, we'll be at considering resolution 250104A. Commissioner Wheeler,
Chairman, I would move to approve that resolution.
we have a motion to approve A, seconded by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Huffine. Floor is open for discussion. Commissioner Jones?
So if we go ahead and affirm this appointment, and then we make a change in support of the bylaws that the board shelter has asked us to consider. And then that changes this person's ability to serve.
Right.
They would be grandfathered in? Is that what would happen?
I'll have to ask Ms. Wilkinson about that.
The bylaw change could address that. Bylaw changes all the time that say, existing board members will serve the third this term, they designate areas they're coming from, and two will serve this term if they're changing the second.
Well, I
They
guess,
still got the freedom to do anything they want to come back and recommend. But in the meantime, we'll have full representation in the county.
I would just, the integrity issue is the concern. When appointing someone to that board and then reversing and then having that change and they come off the board 2 months from now or something, it's not. And I would almost rather just send that person a letter and say, we're making some changes, we appreciate that you're willing to serve, we will get back with you, we're sorry. Right now, we're just thinking this through. That seems more honest about where we are than making appointments and then changing our minds later. So I'm just worried about that piece.
Commissioner Huffine?
So Commissioner Jones, I completely agree with you on the integrity issue, and I think that's what is at stake here. We've already appointed this person. We made that commitment. We need to move forward with confirming what we've already done. If at some point in time, the Animal Control Board wants to take under consideration this hour-plus conversation we had tonight in the adjustment of their bylaws, they can do that. If they bring back an adjustment that would affect this appointment, we can discuss that, debate that, either agree or disagree at that point in time. But we've already appointed this individual. I think from an integrity standpoint, we need to confirm that.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, switch us to the voting screen, please. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote.
Yes.
11 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. All right. We'll move right on along into our, is there anything else, Commissioner Carter, on?
How many more meetings do we have this month?
We're gonna have a long one tonight for sure, aren't we? Let's take about a 10-minute recess.
Bless you.
Get started back. We got a little ways to go. I appreciate that break. It's always good to have a little break, a little water. Public Works Committee, Commissioner Davenport will be our next report.
I'm sorry.
The Public Works Committee. Are you're the Public Works guy today?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's where we're at, Commissioner.
Okay. So Public Works, you see, our minutes from our meeting on April 7th. On page 49, we have two resolutions for you tonight that was approved by the Public Works Committee, and they come to you in the form of a motion. First resolution is Resolution 250404, resolution approving and authorizing agreement between the town of Jonesboro and Washington County, Tennessee regarding wastewater treatment system.
Right, is that form of motion?
I'll second.
Did you bring that in form of a motion, Commissioner Davenport? All right, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Motion by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Wexler to approve the resolution. Discussion or question? Questions called? Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote. Lock it in. Madam Clerk's announced the votes 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is Resolution 250405. It does come before you in the form of a motion, resolution approving Washington County's acceptance of additional water projects and authorizing a certain capital projects fund spending up to, and I've got a little head of myself here. $1,772,000. And where I got a little ahead of myself there, what we talked about, we'd like to do, these numbers are a little old. And we would like to change that number to up to, not to exceed, 2 million. So I'm sorry, we got us out, but we don't have a second, so. Second. But.
Right, we have a motion by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Huff.
And that is to, it's not to exceed 2 million.
Not to exceed 2 million. Do we need to amend that?
Yes, sir. It would be amending the resolution, which I hear what it is. It's only changing the amounts. And I guess maybe to confirm with the mayor or Director Meredith, whether that requires a budget amendment. I wouldn't think so. Thank you.
It does.
All right. So we'll be considering that as amended. Will you do the second on that as well, Commissioner Huffine, on the amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll just consider that all together then. Commissioner Wheeler?
I think maybe the mayor's answer just answered my question, but so this is already in the capital projects.
Yes, sir.
Budget. It's just a matter of allocating it.
That's right.
Thanks.
That's right.
All right.
We have not spent that, that line item was 3 million, and we have not exceeded that amount. This will not exceed.
And just for sake of good order, Commissioner Davenport, you do have costs as to the city of Kingsport and the city of Johnson City. Those will, I presume, will be deleted so that you just have a blanket up to 2 million to address all the projects.
Yes, it's on this list.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and second. The resolution's been amended to 2 million. Any further discussion or question? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, you can announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner Davenport?
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The Purchasing Commission met and they have a resolution. Commissioner Huffine?
Yes, we met on April the 7th. You'll see the minutes from the meeting in the packet. We do bring before you tonight resolution number 25-04-06, resolution approving Washington County's acceptance of a disposition of surplus property on governmentdeals.com for various Washington County departments as listed. That comes to you in the form of a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Huffine, second by Commissioner Wexler. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner
That
Huffine?
concludes our business for tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Water Task Force, Commissioner Davenport, we have minutes.
Yes, you'll see our minutes from our April 7th meeting on page 64. I apologize for not giving an update on how many feet of water line that we have put in total, but we have requested that, and I'm hoping to get you a number, an updated number next meeting, but it's a short month, as you all know, third week. So, but that request has been made. I know the paper reported 100,000 feet. I think it's much more than that. But we will get an account and give this board an update in the next couple of months.
All right, thank you very much. Move right on to the Budget Committee report. Commissioner Davenport.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So these items come before you tonight have been approved by the Budget Committee and come in the form of a motion. Resolution number 250407, resolution approving and authorizing certain capital project fund spending up to $90,000 in fiscal year 25 for courtroom 7 audio visual.
Do we have a second? You seconding it?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Blunt. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Madam Clerk, switch us to the voting screen, please. Please cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Resolution is resolution 250408, resolution authorizing interlocal agreement between Washington County and Washington County and Johnson City Medical Services Incorporated, authorizing paving services by Washington County Highway Department or EMS Station 5, and authorizing certain capital project fund spending up to $160,000 fiscal year 25 for the reimbursement of the Washington County Highway Department and amending fiscal year budget 24-25.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Davenport to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Wheeler. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, you can announce the vote. 12 yes, 1 abstain, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution 250409, resolution amending fiscal year budget 24-25, Sheriff's Office funded salary supplement for fiscal year 2025.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Tucker to approve the resolution. Question or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 13 yes, 2 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is 250410, resolution amending fiscal year 2024-2025, Sheriff's Office insurance recovery damaged sheriff's deputy cruiser.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Carter. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, you'll switch to the voting screen. Cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Mr. Davenport?
Next resolution, resolution 250411, resolution ratifying the acceptance and execution of amended VCIF grant and amending fiscal year 2025 budget.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Wexler to approve the resolution. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is 250412, resolution approving, authorizing certain capital project fund ending up to $149,101 in fiscal year 25 to complete block upgrade project amending fiscal year budget 24-25.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport to approve the resolution. Seconded by Commissioner Jones. Question or discussion?
I got a question.
Commissioner Wexler?
How long has it been since the locks were replaced?
It has the original locks from 1995.
Well, I thought.
That's just that.
Call the question.
Question's been called for. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please.
Yeah, well, on delegates. Yeah.
Go ahead and cast your vote, lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Mr. Davenport?
Next resolution is resolution 250413, resolution amending fiscal year. I lost my train there. Fiscal year budget 2024-2025, recovery consultant incident to the severe storm Hurricane Helene.
Motion made to approve by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Wexler. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution, resolution 250414, resolution amending fiscal year budget 2024-2025, register of deeds software.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Wheeler. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is resolution 250415, resolution approving authorization for certain capital project fund spending up to $484,478.18 in fiscal year 25 for Gray Branch Library design, renovation, and operation costs, amending fiscal year budget 24-25.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport. You have a second? Second by Commissioner Tucker to approve the resolution. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution, resolution 250416, resolution amending fiscal year budget 2024-2025, planning office, planning assistant compensation.
Motion made to approve by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Wheeler. Question or discussion? Called, the question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch the voting screen, please. Would cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, no. There we go. 13 yes, 2 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is 250417, resolution amending fiscal year budget 2024-2025, full-time information technology specialist.
Motion by Commissioner Davenport to approve the resolution. Second by Commissioner Jones. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Right. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Commissioner Johnson, if you will. Thank you. 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is resolution 250418, resolution authorizing, issuance of not to exceed $75 million in aggregate principal amount of general, obligation capital outlay notes, Washington County, Tennessee, making provisions for the issuance, sale, and payment of said notes, establishing the terms thereof and the disposition of proceeds therefrom, and providing for the levy of taxes for the payment of principal of premium, if any, and interest on the note or notes.
This motion made by Commissioner Davenport to approve the resolution. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Carter. Question? Question or discussion? Seeing neither, Madam Clerk, switch the voting screen, please. Cast your vote and lock it in.
Yeah. Moving awful fast. I kind of had a
You've,
question. What? So let's slow down and ask the question. All right.
Nobody's ever told me I ever move too fast, Freddie. I appreciate that. It's usually on the negative side.
All right, so we have with us tonight, Raymond James, who's our bond guy. We also have a bond counsel, Lillian Blackview with Estherington. She is not here, but she is the actually good guy. The person that would like to step up and come all the way in draft, and thank you for giving her opportunity. Really concerned I was gonna have to buy hotel rooms or not. Anyway, so let's and answer questions, and we can discuss the plan, how we like.
Absolutely. Well, I made it worth the drive. I appreciate it. I met with you all in your budget commission committee meeting a couple weeks ago. And we're working on a similar structure for Carter County. We feel that this particular structure minimizes the impact to the county's finances. Obviously, all being disaster relief, health and disaster relief, and FEMA will eventually, hopefully, write a check for everything. But in the meantime, you all need funding. So Lillian and I have worked to put together this structure in first principle for 3 years, so there's no payments for the first 3 years. And then the state has generously stepped up and provided a grant for the interest for the first 3 years, along with the opportunity to cover all admin costs, which is all your cost of issuance. And so with that, this just essentially gives you all the float until the FEMA and TEMA monies come in. Once those come in, the structure is such that we have a 3-year call on it, so we can call the bonds and pay them off. TEMA and FEMA, we estimate between 90 to 95% complete reimbursement. So there may be a small tail at the end, but de minimis in comparison to the full 75 million. We also have it structured in such a way that the funds you're not using right away will be invested in an account and earn interest, and that interest will also be applied to both projects and to the debt reimbursement. With the idea that if the FEMA funds come in at more like 3.5 to 4 years, you have a little additional float from those interest earnings. I worked with my colleagues in both Louisiana and Florida, and they obviously have a lot more experience with disaster relief and hurricane relief than I do. And they said their typical timeline is 3 to 4 years, with the average being 3.5 years. They see the majority of their money. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Well, just, there was 2 words you said that, you know, I understand the necessity of this, and I am supportive, but there were 2 words you said that scared me a little.
Okay.
Eventually.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Eventually, hopefully. I mean, again, in the past, with our colleagues in Florida and Louisiana, that has been the timeline. And I spoke to them specifically after our budget commission meeting. I would be remiss to say the current administration has, made speech to this such that he might do away with FEMA one day. I mean, so we have to take that into account. How realistic it is, but I would, as your financial advisor, be remiss to not at least point out that there were rumblings about solving.
So the state is going to allow us to arbitrage. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct. We're working through the particulars with them, but you all are going to be able to capture your interest earnings up to the RBO, which is essentially the bond yield. So right now we're estimating that in the mid-4s. Anything above that, depending on how you meet your spend downs, you will have to rebate that. But 4.5% interest right now on $75 million. Or even a portion of that. So you all get to keep those dollars up to 4.5 for sure. And then if you meet spend downs, you can keep above that. But that's a little harder.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm assuming the market recognizes this for what it is, which is storm recovery debt.
Yes.
And they recognize how it's to be paid. Will this have any impact on the county's bond rate?
That is a great question, and we have had discussions with our credit analysts, as well as underwriters who we work with. You all are a very strong county financially. You also have a great story to tell in how well you've handled pulling up until this point, and what a de minimis effect that this had on county finances. And so we see no negative impact on your rating. You all, even if the FEMA money were not to come through, you all are well positioned financially, and so it won't negative impact on your
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wheeler?
I'm gonna go off topic for just a moment,
That's
but I
fine.
think while Elizabeth's here, you all need to know this is the 3rd person that knew about the idea of the Jonesboro School Project. The first meeting that Bob Browning and I had was with Elizabeth and her counterpart to make sure that we could make this work. So I just want to thank you and tell you while you're here, make sure he takes you by that school. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, I mean, we have been longtime partners up here in East Tennessee, and I hate that this happened to you all, but we are really working hard to make sure that this financing has minimal impact to you all. I mean, that's my job. And we love partnering with you all in East Tennessee, and hope to come back for more fun projects in the future.
Yeah, let's do some fun.
I'm schools is fun projects,
Oh,
or
it
refundings. One day I'm gonna come back and tell y'all your 2017 bond makes sense to refund and save some money. I'm holding on to it. I'm holding on to that. Yeah.
How long has the partnership been with Washington County and your firm?
Oh, Lord, it predates me, but I've been here 15 years. I believe Rick worked with you all from the late 90s, early 2000s.
Long time.
It predates Mitch and Joe as well, so a long time.
Well, I had
Long
one
time.
commissioner that's why we chose you, and another question he had, so I was just asking that, how long we've been together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Rick was from Jonesboro, I believe, and his grandfather was from Jonesboro. Okay, maybe not. But maybe Kingswood. And, you know, we spent a lot of time up here and we, again, just see all the communities up here as partners, and we have special place. Well, we are based in Nashville, but that's because we cover the whole state, and so it makes the most sense to be in the middle of the state.
Thank you.
Sure. I was in Memphis. I had that job once.
A long way, that's on the other end.
It is on the other end, but I do it for you all.
All right, any other questions?
Thank you. She was a much prettier version of Rick.
I appreciate that.
I think you all have seen the list of projects and the relevant costs, projected associated with them. In reality, most of those projects, to do whether or not they're being maintained by the federal government. Like, you know, roads that are out, bridges that, you know, prevent our volunteer fire department from getting where they need to go and service our constituents. The timing might be different. Taxpayer dollars. I think the plan as was described is there's structured plan with revenues picking up the bond. Gap. Going forward, efficiency covering years and night exceed the 3-year. We got one of the big things for us is we got the state legislature passed in the very final day amendment to bill that came out of the special session to approve the administrative fees and the issuance costs, which for ours somewhere between the $360,000 range.
Thank you. Also, as Mitch was reminding me, is we've got about $6 million that we need to get back into the highway department before July. It'd be good to do. It'd be good to do so. So that's a big part.
We have some abilities to handle the highway department without the police, solid waste also to do this project. Just be on the money.
All right, after hearing the information, we were working on voting. We do have one more vote we're waiting on.
One.
Still.
Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution finally passes. Thank you all. Anything else, Commissioner Davenport?
That's all I had.
All right.
That was enough.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? All right, we don't have any old business to report. We do have a resolution for notaries. 250419 is the resolution number. It's a resolution approving the election of notary publics for appointment and reappointment for Washington County, Tennessee. Motion by Commissioner Wexler to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Tomita. All in favor of that, Madam Clerk, we'll switch to the voting screen and let them vote. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. So we do have some additional new business that we approved already to suspend a rule and consider, and that was resolution number 250420 is a resolution approving the interlocal agreement between the city of Johnson City and Washington County pertaining to the radio communication system. Do we have a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Tomita, second by Commissioner Tucker. Question or discussion?
Call for the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. The next resolution is number 250421 is a resolution authorizing the disposition of Washington County Sheriff's Office surplus property on govdeals.com. Motion to approve by Commissioner Wexler. Second by Commissioner Jones. Question or discussion?
Call for the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 12 yes, 1 no, 2 absent. All right, and the resolution passes. The next resolution is resolution 250422. It's a resolution approving and authorizing Washington County, Tennessee's acceptance and execution of a series of public assistance grant awards for costs incurred during Hurricane Helene. We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Malone, second by Commissioner Tomita to approve the resolution. Question or discussion? Question has been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. The next resolution is 250423 is a resolution accepting, approving, and authorizing agreements with qualified service providers regarding certain criminal offenses, CCA 4011-150. We have a motion to approve. Motion made by Commissioner Wexler. Second by Commissioner Johnson. Question or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 2 absent, and the resolution passes. A couple of items before you go this evening. The cutoff date and time for the County Commission agenda is May 8th at 12. We also have the TSA meeting, the post-legislative conference at the Park Vista Hotel in Sevier County. It's May 20 through the 22nd. Sherry needs to know if you're attending. She already has the rooms blocked off, but we need to give up those rooms if no one's attending. We have one attendee at this point. One. So anybody else, please let Sherry know in the next 24 to 48 hours, because she's got to give those rooms up. May 15th, remember, we have another county commission meeting that day, Ben. That'll be 16 in May now, and not 17. And that's the commission meeting where all the elected officials come and talk about 15 minutes about their budget. That's one of our required resolution meetings, and that'll be May 15th at 6. This has to be done before the 20th. So this proposes to be the best day. May 15th.
What time?
6 here.
Do you want to remind about that regular meeting?
Remember, our next meeting is May 19th, so it'll be very, very close, 16th, 15th, 19th. Yeah. So go ahead and mark that down. All right, anything else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
You do.
Motion to adjourn by
No, let's talk about the animal truck.
adjourn made by Commissioner Tomita, Have a second to adjourn. Second. All in favor, adjourn, signify by saying aye. 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 Tell